What is up, hackers? I hope you're having a great day. And today is yet another stream where we are working on a video documentary about Unix, about the creation of Unix, history of Unix, and all of that. It was initially thought by me that it's gonna be a first video on my upcoming, let's call it upcoming channel. Even though I'm currently streaming from it, I still haven't released a single video. However, I obviously have plans in doing so, and the purpose of those streams are basically to kind of motivate me in being consistent uh, and doing this thing and working on videos and working on content for the channel every week, because I probably have ADHD. I don't know, we're figuring this thing out with my doctor, but yeah, I find this sense of kind of social obligation to be beneficial in persuading me for doing the shit I need to do. So let's get into it. I'll run our DaVinci and we will get to the video. And I updated PC recently. I hope everything works. You can never be sure with those systems nowadays. I wanted to say nowadays, but honestly, like, it's not even nowadays. I am also in the process of transitioning to a dumb phone, which is, well, it's hard to call this thing dumb, as I say, because it probably has the power of like Pentium 2 in it. But by modern standards, it's pretty darn dumb. But yeah, the point is, yeah, why I haven't mentioned the oh yeah, tinkering with that stuff, which is from 2010, so 15 years ago, made me realize that technology, even back then, like software, was hell of an unreliable thing. Like, especially when you're comparing it with like declarative systems. Imperative systems tend to be perceived very unstable, let's say. But yeah, it is what it is. All right, chat test is working. Okay, let's run our screen share. All right. So let's jump into it. Can I actually like delete messages here? That would be okay. I cannot. Okay, whatever. All right. So this is our video. I'm actually like now I think it's probably gonna be like third or fourth video on the channel. Even though like initially I planned it to be the first one, now I think it's too high effort for a first video. So probably around like 3 or 4 less effort things projects and then come back to this one. But yeah, in order to start working on those less effort videos, I need to finish this one, so it's gonna be like ready, ideally already rendered, and be planned, scheduled for an upload, whatever. So I can consider this project kind of done. Uh, Although this one is also supposed to be one of 2 episodes, let's say. It's planned to be 2 videos because initially I actually planned to do a video on Linux history, but obviously you cannot cover Linux history without covering Unix history. And during the process of working on that, I found that it makes sense to kind of separate it into different videos. So one is going to be covering Unix, another is going to be covering Linux. So as for the current one, we have 15 minutes of footage already like cut. Not happy with some parts, but like, hey, it's gonna be the first video. Nobody's gonna watch that anyways. So, I mean, I hope some people gonna watch it, but like, it will just like drown in the algorithms and so on. So we have actually almost half of the video. So as for A roll, so the narration and video of, well, A roll is your, I don't strictly want to call it background, but it is kind of a background of a video, right? It's like main video footage, which in this case consists of like standard talking head of me talking to the camera and unfortunately reading from a script, which I will also need to do something about that because in this case it really like very apparent, very obvious that I'm reading from a script, and where I should have at least like read a sentence, look into camera, and repeat that sentence while looking into camera. All right, and ideally, now I understand that it should be done in a way where you don't have like word to word script, but more like a structure. Or I mean, you can have word to word script. There is like nothing wrong with that. It's pretty good, especially if you want to post it somewhere, right? But it's for shooting the video. It's better to use it as a rough guideline instead of word to word rereading what is happening, because that's gonna look more alive in this case. So yes. Which stands for Multiplexed Information and Computing System. Bell Labs' ambitious collaboration with MIT, with Bell GE or General Electric 6. So let's. While working on Multics, which stands for. Oh yeah, and as for like documentary type footage, which is B-roll basically. So some fragments of videos, historical archives, and so on and so forth, or images. That's what we're currently working on, and this takes so much more time than I anticipated. Goddamn, documentaries are hard, man. Like, I definitely put myself up for a challenge here because it's, well, I mean, I get that a lot of people, I mean, it's a good challenge. It's a good challenge. And a lot of people do documentaries, uh, and I respect them very much for that. But now I understand how hard of a job it is. By April, which Tom's, the game calculated Tom's collaborate with pulled out of the project. What the hell is up with that one? Enough of by costs and pulled out of the Ireland. Whoa, we missed this one. 883. Why it was not loaded? Okay, 83. All right. And pulled out of the project entirely. This left Thompson and his colleagues in computing exile, suddenly cut off from the interactive GE635 environment they've grown to love by this point. After unsuccessful attempts to get Bell Labs to purchase PTP-7, that worked, although it had an excellent available, continuing. And yes, as for the B-roll, we currently have half of it, or close to half actually, a bit less. So we have 6 something minutes, right? Almost 7 out of 15 minutes. So yeah, roughly half, although a minute, as I discovered, goes a long way when you are editing this meeting. All right, what I wanted to take a look at right now. Thompson includes Sana and oh yeah, that part of editing was pretty darn cool. He didn't have. That was fun to do. Having lived through Multic's complexity nightmare, he took a radically different approach. Simplicity of live through Multic's complexity nightmare, he took a radically I'm pretty satisfied with that. I know how like junky it looks, but that's kind of the idea of it looking junky, so it's pretty good. But live through Multic's complexity nightmare, he took a radically different approach. Simplicity over hardware was available. Operating system to support the game hardware was available. He ended up writing a very basic operating system to support the game on the PTP-7, and that became the foundation for Unix. File systems, process management, and shell all grew from the simple urge to digitally fly around the solar system. Sometimes the most profound innovations emerge from the most unexpected places. Through 1969 and into 1970, Thompson attracted Dennis Ritchie and other colleagues, including Doug McElroy, Joe Sana, and Rod Kennedy, Okay, so here, that's where I stopped last time. So the photos, when I'm talking about the people who were involved and kind of the crew, let's call them the crew. I found a few photos, and now we need to do the normal presentation of those people. So I think we need to pull in the documentary title in here. What was the name of this one? It's Canon Ritchie PNG. Okay. Canon Ritchie.png. All right. Okay, let's. I think we. Oh, ooh. Oh, where? What was the source of that image? I'm not that sure. Unix cold boot. This garage. Do we have this? No, let's try to find this photo. Ooh, damn. They had it in color. The question is, what is the source of this one? Okay, view file. No, not a view file. Flag AI generated content. Not bad, not bad. We're not flagging that one, but let's try looking at Google Images. What the hell? Okay. All right. All right. Okay. CHM. That's good enough for me. Computer History Museum. Okay. All right, Computer History Museum here. Actually, now we can jump to Fusion Editor here and fix just a little bit. Yeah, I'm also like pretty proud of this thingy. Okay, we have not attributions, but main title, line spacing. Thompson and Dennis Ritchie. I hope I got Ken Thompson and Dennis R-I-T-C-H Ritchie. Okay, I got it. I got it. All right. Okay. Can I like duplicate that one actually? All right, I think we did duplicate that. And that was pretty painless actually. Okay. So Ken Thompson is on the left. All right. Let's see how it goes. So Ken Thompson left, Dennis Ritchie right. Yep, that looks right. Damn, that dude is AI generated as fuck. Do we know like when? Oh, okay. Original source are unknown. Okay. So well, if we don't know original source, we don't know when the photo was taken. So okay. So here we have those two legends.
And other colleagues, including Duke McElroy. Colleagues, including Duke McElroy. Thompson attracted Dennis Ritchie and other colleagues, including Thompson attracted Dennis Ritchie and
Yeah, I'm a bit like not sure like how it
Thompson attracted Dennis Ritchie and other colleagues.
Good enough. Good enough. Okay, so now we can drag this one like so.
Other colleagues, including Duke McElroy.
So now we can delete that. Put this one in here.
Duke McElroy.
Can I actually like give? Let's ask AI. So in the Vinci Resolve, I have a fusion title where I can insert an image. However, on the timeline, it is being displayed as just general text title. Can we somehow make timeline, make it so on the timeline preview we can see the image of one of the fields of said fusion title. But yeah, whatever. Now we can pull in this one. Here we need to put Duke McIlroy. By default, DaVinci Resolve does not generate frame-by-frame film strip previews for Fusion titles. Unlike video clip, yeah, you can force the timeline to display actual content. Okay, using the render in place workflow. Okay, right-click on your Fusion title, select render in place. Clip will be replaced by a rendered video file, which will display the image and animation. You'll need to change the text or the either you don't need. You need to right-click the rendered clip, select decompose to original. This reverts the video back to the editable Fusion tile with all your settings preserved. Alternative. Sometimes wrapping the title in compound clip can trick the timeline into generating a preview, but it's inconsistent. Right-click the Fusion tile, new compound clip. Ken and Richie. Will that render?
Thompson attracted Dennis Ritchie and other colleagues.
And it's also like not editable anymore, so we will keep them as titles, and there is nothing wrong with that. Anyways, like half of the timeline is titles anyway, so okay. Can we just like rename it? Ripple code. Oh, what the hell did I do? Let's actually try rendering in place. QuickTime Apple Pro Rails 422, whatever. Okay. Oh, shoot. Render in place. Render. Okay. Render in media. That was quick. That was quick. How did it go? I don't think it went very well. Render in place. Render. Oh, maybe we need to select destination footage. Okay. Okay, all right. That did work. That did work. That's actually pretty nice.
including Duke.
How can I like what? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So we can shorten it. We cannot make it lengthier. How about decompose to original? Not bad. Not bad. Can we like render in place all of those, for example, right? And I was so surprised because like I tried to render the whole video. Okay, it did not render this text, but hey, that was not bad. We can use this trick. Also, it should be zero on resources. Um,
Joss, Duke McElroy.
okay, let's Duke McElroy. Title. Why paste setting? Oh man, dude looks so good. Look at him. 70 School of Applied and Engineering class reunion. Dude is still alive and kicking and killing it. Do we have like his earlier photos? I don't think so. Like this one is probably like the earliest. Brian Kernighan, Joe Sana. Okay. Right, I wanted to know pasting text in the field of tiles which doesn't work for some reason on SMACDE Linux. How do you... All right, Faces of Open Source. Where was it? Faces of Open Source. He's Douglas, right? I'm Douglas McElroy. Douglas. Okay, MC Elroy. What is up with the whole Mac thing? Actually, that's an interesting question. Man, we need to like start making our AI co-host VTuber, man. 2003 golden anniversary as a programmer. Man, for serious. Haskell Magic. Holy shit. Pure macros as a programming language. Tiniest C sort function. Basic CS reading list. Damn. Whoa. I need to save that shit, man. How do I save it? I mean, this dude definitely looks like somebody whose opinion on what books you should read we should value. So I'll try at least making a photo of that. Okay, that was a terrible photo, especially taking that on this 8 megapixel camera. Okay, that didn't work very well. I mean, well, okay, I can just like grab me. Oh, you know what I can actually do? Just send it to myself via the email. I'm kind of wondering whether it will get into spam or not, but we will see. We will see. Okay, that's good enough. Pure macros as a programming language. Man, I need to like work on my website. Yeah, actually, that also might be a topic for a video. I think we will get to it one way or the other. Because for quite some time, I had this idea of like connecting connecting AI agent together with website built on static site generator like Hugo in my case. Oh shoot, man, accidentally turned off my Wi-Fi. Okay, we can get back to streaming. Dual cryptograms. What the hell, man? Man, I like those researches. That's pretty darn cool. I need to actually put documents Linux Cloud. Exclude videos, Linux. Jesus Christ. Wait, what? Tiny Caesar. Wait, publications, blogish and other info. ChatGPT is a lousy mathematician. Whoa. So, yo, dude actually did a publication on the ChatGPT math. Right. Sorry, pals. We need to read through that. Buckle up. This note records Bing's Copilot nonsense solutions of some easy math problems. The examples were deliberately chosen to be simple. Baby math. What is the time difference between Ontario, OL? Okay. Copilot text showing Korea. Okay. The time difference, yada yada, 1 hour. Even with a big hint of the first question, stubbornly gets the second one wrong. Okay. Whatever. My apologies for any confusion. How can the minimum time difference be 3 hours when there are places with a time difference of 1 hour? Do you know what minimum means? Okay. Elementary logic. You know the old puzzle about ferrying a wolf, a goat, and a cabbage across a river without ever leaving the wolf to prey you? Okay. Certainly, let's tackle this new twist on the classic river crossing. Farmer takes. Okay, what the hell? Oh, how would you do it if we were substitute scissor, paper, rock for wolf, goat, cabbage, with the usual rule that scissors trumps paper, paper trumps rock, and rock down trumps scissors. Right, that's a good prompt, because I mean, of course, it's a good prompt. Like, do this CS legend. So, okay, certainly. Initial setup. Objective solution. First, farmer takes the scissors across the river. Okay. So it's wrong right away. Okay. I would like to think that, remember, creative thinking and consider. Okay. Intentionally ironic is not known for recognizing its own. Alright, freshman calculus. I fed Copilot the same elementary calculus problem 8 times and got 8 different answers. Yes, none fully right. Copilot can talk like a mathematician, but it can't think like one, obviously. At least yet. At least at the time of the publication. Each trial were on the separate day in 2023. Okay. What's the problem though? The equation of the ellipse is given by the slope of the ellipse at any point. The magnitude of the slope is, oh wait, what? The problem was, what are the coordinates of points where the magnitude of the slope of the ellipse, x squared divided by a squared plus y squared divided by b squared equals 1. Okay, my math, I know that it's trivial math, but I don't want to get into that right now. I'm too stupid, I'm sorry. Trial 4, trial 6. Okay. That's it? Like, come on, man. For science to check. Actually, let's just do the same. Like, let's open our Perplexity. What was their, yeah, Gemini 3 Pro was their most latest, allegedly most powerful model. So let's see how it fares. Because, like, if he was testing that stuff in 2003, well, in 2023, especially if it was like just ChatGPT 4, we'll have like vastly different results given the current models, which are specifically tuned for reasoning and stuff. Well, not tuned for reasoning, but have reasoning capabilities. To kind of explain reasoning capabilities is basically looping the large language model into producing output and then putting it as an input again and kind of reanalyzing that. What's called chain of thought and so on. Okay, under the standard rules, yada yada. What the hell, bro? What? You know the whole puzzle, but very without ever leaving the wolf to prey on a code. What? A logical impossibility. If we want to assume that items do interact destructively, the puzzle is unsolvable. What the hell are you talking about? Because of the difference between linear and circular dominance hierarchies. Does not this create a safe pair that can be left alone together? The safe pair is the key to the solution. You leave them behind while ferrying the goat. Okay. The danger chain is a closed loop. Scissors, paper, rock, scissors, scissors, paper on safes and safe, because every possible consists of a winner and a loser. There's no safe pair to leave behind on the bank. While you transport the third item, you cannot even make the first move if you take scissors. You in the original you can transport two at once. Isn't it? Wait. Could you? Could you like transport? Jesus Christ. Oh, please, please, no side. Oh, god damn it. Please, no, 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 my oh, my goodness, my ears. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, you cannot. Jesus, why it's so loud, bro? Novel games. Can I just mute the goddamn tab? Please support the digitization of all games in human history. Man, no, I don't wanna. Sorry. So, okay. So we're going with the shape. Return back. Going with the wolf. Taking back wolf. Taking this dude here. Taking cabbage. Going here. Putting cabbage. Getting back. Again, this dude. Okay. Alright. Okay, so it is unsolvable. All right. What McKillery writes about that? Okay. A little common sense would have been better than creative thinking. No matter what item is taken across the river, one item of the pair behind will trump the other. Puzzle has no solution. Okay. It's pretty cool though that dude blogs till this day. And in pure HTML, no less. Appreciation of the late Dennis Ritchie. Remarks for Japan Prize Awards ceremony for Dennis Ritchie. What? Okay, let's read that one also. Lots of people have exclaimed about what a revelation Unix was. Tony Horsey. Actually, you know why? TTS local llama 2. Ooh. Old Talk is based on Kokui TTS engine. 2 years last year. Okay. Old Talk version 2. Last year, 5 months. What are the available for local hosting? TTS modes. Meta Voice IO. Foundational model for 1 billion. God damn. Can I like test it somehow? Meta Voice. New efficiency king, Kokoro. If you want the best balance of speed, quality, and low resource usage, nah, I don't care about resource usage. If you need to clone your own voice, nope. High fidelity audiobook quality. Best all-in-one All Talk. Okay, okay. All Talk then. Provide standard endpoint you can hit. Okay, technically, let's go with Kokoro. 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 Oh, so it's okay. Okay, create. Let's do a small experiment. Create a Nix flake definition, which will use package and pay, and upon running it as a program, and present itself as a small script which takes input into stdin and reads it aloud. Let's see. Oh, damn. We can actually just use Docker image. Text generation web UI. Should use the standalone and TGWUI extension. Damn. Let's see, will that work or not? Kokoro. I'll be very much surprised if it will work. I hope it will, but come on. Please do it. Damn, it downloads 2 gigabytes. And for the time I'm spending on this thing, I could have read it myself. Wanted to save us some time. That's how it usually works, huh? AI text to speech. How about natural reader? TTS reader. TTS maker. TTS maker. Free text to speech. Pro update. Not bad, not bad. Revoicer, natural reader. That looks terrible. This one looks not bad. Does Cloud still work with that? Analyze project you're in, try run it, and fix issues. In the meantime, 1,000 characters, bro. Your account does not have cloud codec sales. Okay, let me log in. Jeez. Am I logged in? Complete using your. Oh, I know. I can actually just do the following. So let's just change. Read, write, execute. Below. It's 6. So currently it's 644 and we need 666. Ha 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 ha. Wait. 6 is, oh jeez. So chmod, it's 755. Jeez, man. No, it was 766, wasn't it? Wait, so like RWX, like the to quickly explain, read, write, execute, read, write, execute, read, write, execute. We have like set of writes, access rights, in 3, let's say, groups. Each group means like those are rights for everybody. Those are rights for a group which owns the thing, and those are rights for owner of a file. This is an owner of a file. This is a group which owns the file. Each one of those is basically like a bit. So, and given that it is a bit, it can be represented. So each, say, group of those writes is basically 3 bits, right? And using those 3 bits, we can express the setting in the decimal. So in this case, that's gonna be this bit set, which is like this bit is like 1, the next one is 2, this one is 4. So this is gonna be 1 plus 4, which can be 5, which gonna make it 755. Okay, okay, all right. And what we need 7 for owner, obviously. 7 for group. Yeah, we also need execute write for group. And read and write, so 775. So that, okay, that should be right. Okay. I'll just Wow. That's a bit weird, but okay. What? Okay, let's just, do what? Let's just move projects Kokoro. Okay, move projects Kokoro. Go to Shara. God damn. Okay, let's just, what the hell? Oh. Wait. Hi Formoin, how you doing? Okay, good. I'm actually got a little bit off the rail of what I was doing, and currently I'm thinking of uh, trying to make a small script which would do the text to speech. So, but in general, I'm working on a video on the history of Unix, and currently I'm doing the editing. Um, yeah, currently on the section where we are talking about people who were involved in the Unix as a project in its earliest times, namely uh, Ken Thompson. What Unix? Well, how to say that? Unix is an operating system. It's one of the first operating systems, as in it's a first portable one, first operating system which you could run on, like, not any computer but on a different computers, because before Unix you could only run specific operating system for the specific computer. And so that's kind of that was the problem that guys started to solve in Bell Labs, which was videos for YouTube, and it goes over the history of Unix. So I'm kind of doing the documentary. Uh, I filmed the A roll, so we have like 15 minutes of footage. Oh, the handle is the same. So just look that one up. I can share the link. 1 second. But there are no videos yet, only recordings from streams. That was actually planned to be the first video on the channel, what I'm currently working on. Give me a second. But yeah, gonna be looking like that. That was actually planned to be the first video on the channel, although now I kind of tend to change my mind a little bit, because I think it's a little bit too high effort for a first video. I have a few recordings on a different subject, so I will finish this video. I will not upload it and work on like 3 or 4 less effort videos, which are basically revolving around me tinkering with this old Nokia phone and trying to make it work into what we nowadays say dumb phones. It's a bit weird to call this one a dumb phone, given that it has like power of probably Pentium 2 or something. From Russia, but currently I live in Czech Republic. Okay, what I was doing though. Oh, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that. Oh, nice. So you also know what real cold is. Like, I lived in Siberia for first 10 years of my life. Yeah, that's kind of the thing we can bond like almost immediately with like Nordic people for like Finnish and you guys. It's like especially when you meet somebody like in Europe and stuff, you just look at each other like, you know the winter, brother. You know the winter. Yeah, in Czech Republic, it's like, I don't know, a couple of weeks of snow in for the whole winter, and that's it. And it's like, I think it's, I think it's not going below like 10, maybe like 15. Minus 15 is probably like something exceptional here. How is it to be Russian in this difficult time? I mean, it's pretty much alright when you are not reading news. In general, like, I don't. Very rarely you encounter some negativity or like confrontations or something in real life. It's mainly just kind of nasty when you're just reading news and everybody hates and like sanctions and so on and so forth, like politics and everything like that. But when you're like, actually speaking to people, it's usually a different story. I would say it's ironically, it's easier to be a Russian in here. Well, yeah, like in Czech Republic, it's probably easier to be Russian here than Ukrainian because uh, there is only like 70,000 of Russians or something, like maybe like even 20,000 people, and almost 300,000 Ukrainians. So it's kind of people tend to have more experience interacting with Ukrainian people who are like refugees, and it tends to shift their perception into the negative way. Well, I mean, it's the usual thing with immigrants, you know. Yeah, yeah. I also hope the war will end soon. I don't want to get my hopes very high, but what like they seem to have some at least progress nowadays with that. We will see, but like it's not the first time they're trying to do the peace talks and everything. But yeah, I moved from Russia actually coincidentally. Yeah, let me just like pull my. Coincidentally, I moved from Russia 2 days after war started. So it was 26th of February 2022. Uh, it wasn't. Yeah, actually, I had relocation for work and everything was planned. Like I had my visa ready and everything. And I already had flight tickets for 2nd of March. I wanted to go to like before that I wanted to go to St. Petersburg for a couple of days, like hang out there and get a flight to Prague at 2nd of March. And I went to Moscow to actually get visa stamped into my passport on 22nd of February. So 22nd, 23rd, I'm in Moscow. Literally midnight of between like 23rd and 24th of February, I have my flight to Krasnodar. So I took a flight, went to sleep, and woke up when the war started. Uh, I actually like they closed the airport literally like an hour or two after my flight. And so yeah, like I wake up, half of my mm, airplane tickets are canceled, and I'm looking at the situation, and I understand that I need to shift my relocation for a week, because like I need to, like, if I won't get out of the country right now, it's gonna be much more complicated to do just a bit later. So yeah, I just hopped on the nearest available. It was actually the last direct flight from Russia to Czech Republic, because first Czech Republic stopped accepting planes from Russia, and as a counter move, as an answer to that, Russia also stopped accepting planes. So like basically, uh, air communication was broken. And yeah, I was on the last flight from Czech Republic to Russia. Good thing, like yeah, so it was not motivated. My move was not motivated by war, but it kind of laid on top of it. Just happened at the same moment. But all right, so what we were doing here. Yeah, I work in Czechia, work in IT. Actually changed a company, so now I work in pharma, but yeah, in IT and pharma. Currently, I'm a DevOps engineer, hence the whole interest in technology. Well, it is not like it. More like my profession is the cause of my interest in technology, but yeah, hence the channel and Unix, Linux. Yeah, fun thing about yeah, I live in Prague. Yeah, fun thing about Unix that people don't know, or like are probably not aware of it even, is that that thing actually, so operating system that guys did in the 60s, actually omnipresent everywhere nowadays. So macOS and iOS are actually certified Unix systems, and Linux was derived from Unix, and Linux is used on majority of servers and whatever. Like even Microsoft cloud services, where they provide like virtual machines and for the computation, even they mostly use Linux. And so yeah, I actually wanted to, initially I started to work on the video about Nintendo DS, um, and well, not work on a video as much as I was still working on a script and doing the research. Yeah, I stream, well, not often, but I try to stream every week, every Thursday, around midnight. So from Thursday to Friday around midnight my time. So, well, now I have 3 a.m. Yeah, yeah, we have the same time zone. So yeah, I usually try to. Initially, it was kind of shifting because initially I was planning to, well, because I'm working on a video. What can I say? I'm a night owl. Uh, Initially, I was trying to do streams at like 9 p.m. ish, but week by week it started shifting later and later, and yes, that's how I ended up at midnight. Yeah, I actually need to like set up the calendar for scheduled streams, because when I don't have strict time when I need to get online, I tend to drag it later and later and later. So, and if the stream will, if the calendars and scheduled streams work as I think they should work, so it will like automatically like start the thing. That might help to, let's say, slap my ass into action and be on the stream in time. Yeah, in general, I am like, the whole thing with streaming is I'm trying to help myself being persistent with the routine of actually working on the videos, because I wanted to start that for quite some time. And as with a lot of personal projects, it's it also tends to be procrastinated and so on and so forth. You're like always thinking about wanting to do something, but very rarely actually getting to do that. And so the idea was that, okay, if I'm gonna be streaming that, I will at least have some social kind of a social obligation, which would help me to dedicate at least a few hours a week into working on those videos. But it also takes far longer than I expected. I mean, I knew that it's gonna be longer than it might appear initially, but it ended up like I'm working on the video, only editing already for like 4 or 5 months. Obviously, yeah, I'm like working on it only once a week, and there were few few weeks of like research, and also, since I'm just like, it was the first time I ever tried video editing, so I'm also like learning the editing, learning DaVinci. Initially started not on DaVinci but Caden Live, but then switched to DaVinci and so on and so forth. So yeah, it's like a learning process. It's not bad. It's interesting. Yeah, I can. Speaking of, it's probably gonna be good. Then I can show the small part of a clip that I did last time. I was like, okay, it looks janky as hell, but I'm like, okay, it's not bad. But it was funny to do like the camera tracking and just like experiment with that. Yeah, man, like, give me a second.
complexity nightmare, he took a radically
So
approach. Simplicity.
yeah, it's cringy as hell, but that's what I was aiming for. But yeah, documentaries. I did not anticipate how time consuming documentaries are. Uh, like I initially, oh yeah. So as I was telling, initially I wanted to do a video on the history of Nintendo DS. Well, that's 3DS, but very similar thing. I think you are aware of them. Uh, I was doing research. Then someday I see the video that PewDiePie released a video where he was like, I'm switching to Linux. So I was like, okay, that's kind of up my alley. I can do like quick video about Linux, what it is, for a week, release it, and like maybe it will like get some views on the hype. It's been half a year since then, and it's not even a video about Linux, but about Unix, because you cannot talk about like half of the history of Linux is history of Unix, because like you cannot skip that part. And yeah, I thought that I will just like do the video for in a week, but yeah. Uh, Aside from like research and writing the script, what I really did not anticipate is how time consuming is finding B rolls. So we have A roll, which is this talking head video, and main audio track where you're narrating. And B roll is whatever is getting laid on top of that. So the
Computing was simply too in that
whatever chronological, archival footage, and so on and so forth. And man, I'm still doing that. It's had some problems in like finding sources and finding like what to take, what to put on the video, and so on and so forth. But yeah, it's a learning process. It's quite enjoyable, although at times frustrating and tedious. But yeah, um, I like the process. Also, I'm definitely uh, thinking of how to modify, like how to adjust the format. Um, in a way so it's easier to do a production, to do editing, to do videos. Um, as in not doing documentaries, for example, and doing more like I'm 30. Yeah, turned 30 November. Thanks. So yeah, just enough turning into middle life crisis to try and start a YouTube channel. I was what was his name? Yeah, I stumbled upon a YouTube channel of a dude who mainly talks about like making a YouTube channel and like motivating and stuff and so on, but he aims for like audience over 40. And he's like, okay guys, like you have like a lot of experience and so on and so forth, you need to like put it out there. And I was like, oh, okay, feeling old, not over 40, but like, but yeah, it gets harder and harder to go to work each and every day with each year, especially because it's kind of opposite sides, you know. It's a blessing and a curse. You know, a lot of people say that as for a job, find something that you like, and this way you won't feel as if you're doing as if you're working. And I was like almost from my childhood, I knew that I want to go into tech, like infrastructure, programming, whatever. And when I actually got into tech, uh, it didn't feel like I was working because it was really interesting. It was it went very smooth. Like I could overwork and not being bothered by it, not because like something or someone was asking me to overwork, but because it was just interesting for me to like learn and so on and so forth and try stuff. And after doing this thing for more than 10 years, you're like, mm, I started, it's like when it started shifting towards feeling as if it is work, I understood that I don't have this, that it's something unfamiliar for me, because always it was something interesting which I would just like go and do out of my own will. And when it gets more corporate, when it gets less technically interesting and more mundane, and you really start feeling as if you need to go to work and like do some stuff on work for work, it's not as easy anymore, especially in the contrast when you was purely motivated by your internal interest and so on. So yeah, I'm trying to find a way out because I would very much like to do what I like and be able to sustain a living out of it. I mean, not that with the time efforts I'm putting in the YouTube and streaming now, it's gonna be soon. It might not be at all, but worth a try because I miss the feeling where when I was just doing stuff that I like, and the fact that I was getting paid for it was just mainly like a nice bonus. And now it doesn't feel as much. Like it's still IT, so like yeah, I can say that I'm like a privileged motherfucker who like can wake up, go for one meeting in the morning, and then go to sleep for another 4 hours or something, because you can do home office and stuff. But still, sometimes if you do that, then you need to pull an all-nighter and meet some deadlines and so on and so forth. But yeah, uh, we still are having it way easier than a lot of people, like in the food industry. Damn, I have immense admiration to people who work in like restaurants, who work on the kitchen, and not only on the kitchen, like for waiters and so. Oh yeah, medics, yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah. I mean, tons of people have regimes, but yeah, medics especially, like what is it? Like not ER. Basically, emergencies. Basically, uh, those people have it hard to, like, especially especially in COVID. What are you doing, by the way? With medics, though, now I can proudly say to them that we are colleagues because I work in pharma company. I'm like, oh, nice apps for sport teams. Cool. Like mobile apps or web apps, and like sport teams for real teams for internal use. So it's not betting. Damn, nice. That's cool. That's dope. Are you using it on like local market or just across the globe? are those like cross platforms or strictly iOS or strictly Android? I would just know. Nice, nice. How many teams do you cover? I mean, I assume that's probably like some government contracts, or at least like goes close with that. Damn, that dude, that's so cool. What are you using for that? So like, are those native apps, or do you use something like React Native or some stuff? Yeah, I might be able React Native. Oh yeah, yeah, I worked with that one a little bit. Yeah, I mean it's a cool solution when you need to have presence on both platforms, and at the same time you don't have high requirements for the UI of the application. Like for example, if you would need to do this like liquid glass thing on iOS and material or whatever there is nowadays on Android, like to comply, well, not comply, but yeah, to adhere to their design guidelines, it's at this point it's easier to do two native apps probably, because you basically end up implementing two different apps in the inside of the React Native. But yeah, when you can do with like something akin to like a web view and just akin to your usual web development. 15 and 16 was a nightmare for us. Yeah. Oh, 14 to 15. Interesting. Well, yeah, that's another one. So like breaking APIs. I work like I might actually be able to touch upon web development, or not web development, mobile development in the coming time, because half of our team works on internal mobile applications, and yeah, now they are having hard time with the whole age restrictions. So all of those uh, laws about using of applications for underage, man, they're figuring that out for quite a while. That sounds like a huge pain in the ass. Yeah, I was. Mm, yeah, I don't know how often each of them break APIs. So yeah. You mean by smooth? You mean the upgrading from one version to another and retaining the backward compatibility, right? Uh, which is interesting actually, because they did like complete rehaul of the UI with this liquid glass. You would expect a lot of stuff to break. Interesting. What? Did my chat die? When do you think your YouTube video is ready? Uh, I still need to do 6 minutes of it. It'll probably I'll probably finish with it in 2 weeks. Definitely try to work on it and on holidays. The thing is, I don't think I will release this video first because uh, I think I will do quick editing of a series of videos. So on the Nokia phone, and kind of release 3 or 4 of them to get some momentum, and then already drop the high effort documentary one. What do you do in your spare time? A lot of stuff. I'm trying to do everything. Well, you can see I'm doing music. I was lucky to find here a few people, 2 colleagues, and one colleague who plays bass, another who plays guitar, and then I found a dude at the bar who's playing drums, because before that, and yeah, we are jamming together. I think we are already jamming for a year, and for a year and a half, if we don't count, year and a half ago we started with my colleagues, and a year ago our drummer joined us. Yeah, so far we are just jamming, but yeah, we also need to work on some material, and to do some actual songs. That would be cool. But regardless, we are just hanging out and having fun, and that's the most important part of it. And that's cool because I've heard from friends I know who are also into music, and I have one friend, she's the vocalist, and when we're talking about that, she was like, "Oh, damn, you were playing with the guys for a year already. That's such an achievement." I was like, "You're drinking in the weekends?" Sometimes. Not heavy drinking. Although honestly, I don't think that I. I'm not sure if Russian people drink more than Czech people. It feels like Czech people uh, drink more in general, but it's every day and not much. So 2 to 3 beers every day or something, two beers. That's normal for them. To go for lunch and just have a beer when people were working. For me, that was surprising when I encountered that, because when we were going just for a lunch from the office with my colleagues, and they were like, "Okay, let's take a beer, just a glass of beer, and then get back to the office." I was like, "Well, okay, I guess that's cultural norm here." Yeah, the Russian people tend to drink less often, but in higher amounts. not the biggest fan of vodka, to be honest. You know, especially when vodka costs the same as like Jameson or some cheap other cheap whiskey. Or like, I see no reason to pick vodka. It's weird. It looks like my chat on the restream kind of broken. Oh, not really. I don't really watch sports. I was when I was frequenting the nearby pub, I would occasionally just watch whatever's going on there, but not really. Um, kind of, I started understand a little bit why people watch football after I played FIFA with my friends. Initially, I was kind of forced to play FIFA, but naturally, I was like, "Oh, okay, now I understand." But yeah, ironically, even motorsport. But well, I will. I need to try watching motorsport. Actually, that would be interesting. And track events. But yeah, I'll go. I will go to Le Mans on this. Well, next summer, actually, with our bassist. So that might count as watching sports live. And also, since I started jujitsu literally a couple of weeks ago. And yeah, talk about turning 30 and midlife crisis. So probably it's a good idea to start watching some UFC occasionally or something to look how some of techniques work. Yeah, man. Thank you for the follow. It was a nice chat as well. Thanks for joining the stream. Nice chatting to you. And have a good day sleep. Jesus Christ. Have a good night. Well, hope to see you too. Bye. I'll also go grab some water. So, thanks again. Night. We're back. Oh, chat started working again. That's good news. Okay, I was interested in reading this homage to Dennis Ritchie. Let's just read it like this. Lots of people have exclaimed. Jeez. Okay, let's train our reading skills. God damn. Lots of people have. Oh, yes. Need to check that. So, lots of people have exclaimed about what a revelation Unix was. As Tony Hoare said of Algol 60, Unix was not only an improvement on its predecessors, but also on most of its successors. That's true. That's absolutely true. The successors today are certainly more capable than Unix was in the 1970s, but rarely as elegant. Adoring admirers have fed Linux goodies to a disheartening state of obesity. If only some reincarnation with the genius and sensibility of Ken Thompson and Dennis Ritchie were still guiding the evolution of Unix. Yeah, Ken Thompson was doing the Golang and working in Google. Unix was shaped both by remarkable players who brought it into being and by research environment of Bell Labs. Nobody has told the story better than Dennis himself. In the Bell System Technical Journal in 1984. Bell System Technical Journal, 1984. I need to look that up. And put that into our materials. Let me just fetch the terminal. Yeah, I think we are good like this. The Bell System Technical Journal. Was a journal on the scientific and engineering aspects of electrical communication. Ooh, damn, it was like from 1922. Was that like a print? An actual paper journal? The current one needs subscription. Damn. Don't don't paywall the history, people. Okay, I don't see the 80. I don't see 80s in here. Also, we can try that text to speech. Convert to speech. Align. Is there Australian accent? I want Aussie accent. Oh yes, Australian.
TTS Maker is a text-to-speech tool.
TTS Maker is a free text-to-speech tool that provides speech synthesis services.
TTS Maker is a free text-to-speech tool that provides speech synthesis
Damn,
services.
it's so robotic. Let's see how it fares. verify that you're the human. 5249. Damn, it takes a lot.
When Bell Labs pulled out of Multics, a visionary but underperforming project to create the computer utility of the future, Ken, Dennis, and Joe Asana became convinced that a less ambitious system could provide an equally productive environment. In Bull Sessions, Ken, Dennis, and Rudd Canaday outlined a basic architecture that...
Nah, it's impossible to listen to. Okay, so, while Bell Labs pulled out of Multics, a visionary but underperforming project to create the computer utility of the future, Ken, Dennis, and Joe Sana became convinced that less ambitious system could provide an equally productive environment. In both sessions, Ken, Dennis, and Rudd Canaday outlined a basic architecture and has stood the test of time. That had stood the test of time. Having been burned by Multics, management was disinclined to pony up for more hardware to try their ideas on. But through the good offices of a sister center in Bell Labs Research, they obtained first call of PDP-7 computer and then shiny new PDP-11. Early on, that was Duke McIlroy. So early on, Duke McIlroy, as Ken's department head, became fascinated by the system and switched his allegiance from the big iron of the comp center to this tiny experimental system. As they would state later in their famous 1974 paper, the system offered features seldom found in even much larger operating systems, and it was downright fun to use. Oh yeah, it is. The astonishingly capable little system attracted visitors like flies. Folks immediately saw how they could use it for their own purposes. Because it was a cheap, they could convince their management to let them try it. Almost overnight, Unix flew out of the lab to sites all over the Bell system, from typing pools to the maintenance floors in telephone switching centers. Thanks to cheap licensing, Unix also flew into academic computer science departments, most notably Berkeley, which molded it into standard platform for ARPANET, from which in turn sprang the internet. Oh really? God damn. Much good came from Unix having been forced to fly under Bell Labs' budgetary radar. Had it been richly endowed, it could not have percolated so fast and far, and might well have ended up a niche system like Multics was. Much good also came from Bell Labs' culture. Management always believed that the best research was inner-directed and did not attempt to dissuade the Multics alumni from further operating system research. The fact that another center, Visual and Acoustic Research, contributed both equipment and staff to a project in computer science research well illustrates the collegiality of Bell Labs research, where organization charts didn't necessarily reflect project affinities. Ken Thompson was undoubtedly the original moving spirit for Unix, but Dennis Ritchie was in on it from the start, and it is Dennis we have to thank for the C language. C made Unix easy to modify and eventually easy to install on new hardware. With hindsight, one might view C as a distillation of a previous practice, but not so. Dennis discussed at length the puzzle of how to fully exploit byte-addressed machines. He finally came up with a beautiful way to reconcile address arithmetics with indexing, one of those inventions that is so right that once you see it, you think you always knew it. The rightness of C is further addressed by the fact that while Unix spread to all kinds of computer, C and its descendants spread even further. C became the language of choice for implementing all kinds of system software both in and outside of Unix shops. C even influenced hardware architecture. Proposed instruction sets came to be evaluated partly on the basis of how well they could be exploited by a C compiler. The spread of Unix was enabled by a major effort of Dennis and Steve Johnson to make both Unix and C portable across machines. The value of portability of applications had long been recognized, but operating systems which brokered the interaction between applications and hardware had been seen as inherently tied to the hardware. Yet from a more general perspective, an operating system is just a program that happens to run forever. Fair. Only small corners of it deal with the idiosyncrasies of particular machine. Unix proved that reasons for standardizing Fortran or COBOL also weighed in favor of standard operating systems. New computers get off to flying start with a corpus of tried and true software, and the learning curve is minimized. I will remember how easy it was to get aboard the Bell Labs Gray machine. Great, that's so cool, which came with Unix. Not bad, not bad. There was almost no potential barrier to flipping back and forth between the supercomputer downstairs and microcomputers in the labs. Another important but largely overlooked contribution of Dennis's was the page template for the Unix manual. Devised for the very first Unix manual, the template and the concise writing style that went with it has stood the test of time. Latter-day deviations from the pattern seem flabby and obscure by comparisons. A distinctive feature of the main page template was the bugs section. Here real troubles were disclosed and infelicitos, what the hell does that mean even? Infelicitous, ill-chosen, inappropriate. Okay, infelicitous. Okay. Infelicitous design decisions were noted as challenges for improvement. At one point, the gnomes of AT&T bowdlerized it. In the official Unix product, bugs became application usage. But in general, this beacon of honesty has persisted as part of the Unix ethos. Dennis was a fixture at meetings in the Unix user group. Crowds networking in the corridors would break to pack his talks about current developments. Of course, every newcomer wanted to see and hear the man behind the system. Old hands came to listen to the master, perhaps even more eagerly. If you read one of his papers, you will see why. Or if you read one of his papers, you will see why. Dennis combines perfect control of the technical matter with a polished but easy writing style and an unerring sense of how much to say. That felicity is also on display on his homepage, which offers engaging pieces about many things he's worked on. One tells of a foray into cryptography wherein he implemented a remarkable code-breaking technique due to Jim Reed's. This resulted in a visit by spooks from NSA, who gently discouraged conspicuous publication. Nice. On Dennis's homepage, you can also read about Lab Scam, a wonderful practical joke that I won't spoil by summarizing today. Okay, Richie and Thompson made an amazing team, and they played Unix and C like a fine instrument. They sometimes divided up work almost as subroutine by subroutine basis, with such rapport that it almost seemed like the work of a single person. In fact, as Dennis had recounted, they once got their signals crossed and both wrote the same subroutine. The two versions did not merely compute the same result, they did it with identical source code. Okay. Their output was prodigious. Is it prodigious?
Prodigious.
Prodigious, okay. Once I counted how much production code they had written in the preceding year, 100,000 lines. Not bad. Prodigious didn't mean slapdash. Ken and Dennis have an earring design sense. They write code that works, code that can be read, code that can evolve. A mathematician's distance from the center of his universe is often measured by Erdős number. How many degrees of co-authorship separate him and legendary Paul Erdős? It had been my good fortune to snag a Richie Thompson number of 1, but I'm only one among thousands of whom Unix and C have been both an enabler and an inspiration. I'm sure all will join me in applauding the wisdom of the Japan Prize judges who recognize the singularity and pervasive influence of those inventions. Dennis, it is an honor to have this opportunity to both congratulate and thank you for the achievement. Reformatted with proofreading corrections. October 2011. Oh. Paul Erdős. What did I want? Oh. Jesus. Alright, Dennis Ritchie. Oh, damn. So he died in 2011. Ooh, damn. So it was written just like a month before his death. The man, or a few months, half a year. The man, the legend. Okay, Bell Labs System Journal. Yeah, probably nothing interesting in 1922. Well, probably a lot of interesting stuff in there, but not computer related. Definitely informatics related though. Like, I mean, literally theory of information went from this thing. That's actually fascinating. So like the whole computers thing grew from a telephone. I never thought about it this way. Okay. We've been streaming for almost 3 hours and didn't do shit. Nothing new, nothing new. Okay. Yes, to a very large extent, early electronic computers did grow directly out of telephone industry. The mathematical concept of computer dates back to the 18th century. The hardware required it's 19th century. Hardware required to actually build one was developed primarily by telephone engineers who were trying to automate phone calls. Holy shit! The switch was the shared DNA. Computer and telephone network fundamentally do the same thing. They make decisions about roads and signals. The problem in the early 20th century, phone companies needed a way to connect caller A to caller B without human operator manually plugging the wire. Electromechanical relays, logic gates. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Transistor was not invented for computers, it was invented to fix the phone system. Vacuum tubes were hot, unreliable, and burned out constantly. Wait, what? Bell Labs invented the transistor in 1947? Jesus Christ, what? Wow. I need to put that in the video for you.
And General Electric to create the ultimate time-sharing operating system. These were either invested in 516. They costed more per hour to production sets, their own quirks. They are not simply take a PDP program and software-related companies paying for it, but they create Research Center of deep within the Bell Labs Research Center of deep within the Bell Labs deep within the Bell Labs deep within the Bell Labs Research Center of AT&T Corporation. Center of AT&T Corporation. 9. Deep within the Bell Labs Research Center of AT&T Corporation, Ken Thompson was
All right, let's make a note. Bell Labs invented transistors. Okay. Like, holy crap. That's so epic. All right.
including Duke McIlroy.
Duke McIlroy. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Let's make it a little bit bigger. What was the faces of open source? Faces.opensource.com.
McIlroy, Joe Sana,
Yeah, let's copy paste that one. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Okay. Damn, find the grave. No, it's not him. Computerhope.com. All right, here we need to add Joe. And we also need to add a disclaimer. Yeah, I think we can copy the attributions. How do we call it? AI generated restoration based on low resolution from computerhope.com. What is Computer Hope? Like, let's not hold this. No. Silicondia, jeez. Now I'm a bit not sure, because like, which one of those looks like original? I don't know. What was this Silicondia? Okay. What the hell is this site? Do they have like, what are, oh wait, it's Silicon India. But like, where picture on a playing card. Oh, okay. This is the. Alright, man. Where can I? We're told that limited number of decks they were handed out. Okay. Alright. Okay. So this is the original photo. Ugu.com. What? Why it deletes everything? Oh, because I probably should not delete the node. Okay, is this readable? AI generated restoration based on a low resolution photo from ugu.com. That sounds good. Okay.
Including Duke McElroy, Joe Sana, and Rod Kennedy.
What?
Duke McElroy, Joe Sana, and Rod Kennedy. Collaborate. Other colleagues, including Duke McElroy. Thompson attracted Dennis Ritchie and other colleagues, including Duke McElroy, Joe Sana, and Rod Kennedy. Rod Kennedy. And Rod Kennedy. Rod Kennedy. Rod. Duke McElroy, Joe Sana, and Rod Kennedy.
Okay.
Rod. And Rod. Sana and Rod.
Okay, Rod Kennedy. Now we need to copy. Should. Okay, so we're copying like this. Paste open source. Rod Kennedy. Oh, I could have used Wait, what the hell? How? What the hell? So we are copying it here, right? We're going here. Right. I don't understand. Right. All right, let's see.
And into 1970, Thomson attracted Dennis Ritchie and other colleagues, including Doug McIlroy, Joe Sana, and Rod Kennedy, collaborated to develop what they called Unix, uniplexed.
Okay. Not sure that I'm completely
Dennis Ritchie and
satisfied with codes.
including Doug McIlroy, Joe Sana, other colleagues, including Doug McIlroy, Joe Sana, and Rod Kennedy, collaborated to Ritchie and other colleagues, including Thomson attracted Dennis Ritchie and other colleagues, including Doug McIlroy, Joe Sana, and Rod Kennedy, collaborated
Right,
to
this
develop what they call
way they have fairly similar amount of screen times, which is good. Rud. Okay.
Unix, uniplexed information and computing system. A clever pun on
where we had multics,
which stands for multiplexed information and computing system. Developed what they called Unix. Joe Sana and Rod Kennedy collaborated to develop what they called Joe Sana and Rod Kennedy collaborated to develop what they called Unix. Collaborated to develop what Rod Kennedy collaborated to develop what they called Unix. Kennedy collaborated to develop what they called Unix. Attracted Dennis Ritchie and other colleagues, including Doug McIlroy, Joe.
Actually, let me take a quick look whether I can log in into my Twitter account. this. Take a screenshot. Okay. Jesus, some idiots are screaming on the streets. The hell, bro? Okay, I think that's enough. Damn. Some idiot turned completely bollocks. So Jesus Christ, bro. Hope he'll freaking spit his throat out. Okay, so fosscomics.com. Okay, so let us. Can I like message the dude? Well, does Twitter should have DMs, right? June Horror. Let's send direct message. Well, replies. Man, never understood Twitter. Freaking hate it. Can I message the comics though? Postconics. What is that? Send a tape about this account, view topics. Oh man. Gosh darn, dude. Mm. Okay, use your work military video, the history of Unix. Blah. Uh, Comics. Um, mm, do we like where are like where do we have them? Okay, so that's 11 seconds. 19, right? 11, 19. 30 seconds at max, probably. Hmm. Okay, good, good. I did ask an artist for permission to use his comics. What the hell?
And Rod Kennedy collaborated to develop what they called Unix, Uniplexed Information and Computing System. Clever pun
the
on
hell?
Multics that developed what they called Unix, Uniplexed Information to develop what they called Unix, Uniplexed Information and Computing System.
Okay.
Clever pun on Multics.
Okay. A clever pun on Multics. Okay, so
develop what they called Unix, Uniplexed Information and Computing System. Uniplexed Unix.
okay, now we just need this. This is not space roll, whatever.
and uniplexed, unit, old Unix, old.
Okay.
Unix, uniplexed Unix,
All right. Next. Information. Unix. Next information system. Unix is wait, what the hell? I did not use shit, bro. I had history and timeline of the whole Unix literally on the Unix official website. Which I didn't even read. Man, I feel so stupid right now. Soon all the large, okay, since beginning, yada yada, success. History of Unix starts back in 1969. Okay. That's sad. Download the wall poster? Dude. They had the whole freaking poster, bro. I actually need to like materials folder. The hell is A3 screen? I don't understand. But okay. It's the same one, right? Story of a license plate. Unix brand. Unix brand, story of a license plate. Copyright. Permissions are granted to reproduce, but no changes for personal use. Okay. Okay. I'll need to refer to that. Okay, uniplex
information and computing system.
At
Unix. Uniplexed
uniplexed uniplexed information and computing service. Now,
Uniplexed
okay.
Unix. Uniplexed information and uniplexed uniplexed information. Uniplexed information. Uniplexed information and computing system. Computing system. A clever pun called Unix. Uniplexed information and computing system. Unix. Uniplexed information and computing system. A clever
Can I do that? All right, so like first uniplexed. I'll move it like here, I guess. Like here. Whoa, not like this. Uniplexed. Information.
Uniplexed information and computing system. Information.
Okay, information.
And computing. System.
Oh man, it's gonna be a bit hard. Okay, like this. All right, that will kind of make it a bit easier to work with. Okay, size 230. How about that? What about 200? Okay, 200. 200. 200 and 200 in here. Okay, I think I know how to arrange that stuff.
Text, information, and computing system.
So first, whatever. So uniplex.
Uniplexed information and computing system. System.
Not system, it's service, but who knew, right? Okay, information. Computing service. Man, I'm not so sure about this one. What about like can we like drag all of them or something? Position X. Whoop. Okay, not too bad, not too bad.
Unix, uniplexed information and computing system.
Okay, like the uniplex definitely needs to go a little bit here. Let's kind of align the whole thing with oh, okay. Let's start from the bottom then. So okay, information. $195 should. Line spacing. Okay, obviously that won't do anything. Okay. Now position by Y. Ow! What did that do? Okay, let's try once again, just doing it by I. Or better. Okay. Can we like select it here and then move? Yes, great, great. Okay, and then we would select this one and drag it as well. And then the last one. Yeah, we also need to do this. Okay. All right, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay, so select all of that, and now we can adjust the position of it. Mm. I don't know. Can I just like steal the blur from the previous one? Okay, so here we have multics. Can I just copy the effect?
Ambitious Bell Labs system. Bell Labs or multiplexed information and computing system.
Damn, it's service. In both cases. In both cases, it's service. Well, that's too bad, but okay. Mm. How can I just copy effect? Can I copy effects from one clip to another iteration? Copy the source and paste attributes. Alt V. Okay, copy. Now we go here. Oh, shoot. Okay, what if? Paste attributes. Color correction, no. Fusion effects. Fusion effects. Zoom crop. Huh? Apply. Will that work?
Multiplexed information and computing system.
It didn't work. Welp. Okay, then I guess we'll just like apply them by hand. All right. All right. Okay, so in order to apply them by hand,
Information. Text in uniplexed.
okay, so we are adding Gaussian blur. here it is, oh wait, I think it's easier to do like here, loop, and here we are putting it to 0.
Uniplexed information and computing. Uniplexed
Ease out.
Uniplexed information and Uniplexed information and computing system.
We're adding blur to this one.
On a clever information and computing system. Clever
Whatever looks good enough. Actually, let's just animate multics as well. Should be good. Okay.
Bell Labs ambitious system.
Oh, actually, you know what? And here we would add blur. Like here it's at 465, whatever. What the hell?
Bell Labs ambitious collaboration with MIT. Bell Labs.
Okay. I guess now I remember why I skipped that the first time.
Information and computing system. A clever pun on multics that emphasized their simpler single-user approach, but later same year they renamed it to Unix with an X at the end. An X named it to Unix. Same year they renamed it to Unix with
Okay, so what's the side of it? It's gonna be 267. Okay. 269. 270. Okay.
They called Unix. Uniplexed information and compute. Unix. Uniplexed information and computing system. A clever pun on multics that emphasized their simpler single-user approach. But later same year they renamed it to Unix with an X at the end. Through shared design sessions and complementary technical.
So here
attracted Dennis Ritchie and other colleagues, including Doug McIlroy, Joe Sana, and Rod Kennedy. Collaborated to develop what they called Unix. Uniplexed developed what they called Unix. Developed what they called Unix, Uniplexed Information and Computing. Uniplexed Information and Computing System. A clever pun on Multics that emphasized their simpler single-user approach, but later same year they renamed it to Unix with an X at the end.
Okay. Right, so through shared design sessions, my Home Assistant activated by itself.
It looks like your Home Assistant is active. How can I assist you today?
Just shut up.
Understood. If you need anything, feel free to ask.
Okay. Okay, we choose Linux assets. It's in images, right? Oh, we need to use this picture. Damn. That one is so good. And high res on top of everything. Wait. This is actually Bell Lapsus, Honeywell. Not bad, not bad at all. Okay, so man, where can I put this picture? But okay, let's start from the start, right? Okay, I'm gonna call it Unix. Do I have the slide with the
Unix colleagues attracted system to support the game on the BDP-7 owned by Bell Labs.
All right.
X with an X at the end.
Okay, so we're putting documentary tile in. Oh wait, actually, let's copy that.
They proved their
Pasting it here. Even lower.
named it to Unix with an X at the end. Through shared design sessions and complementary technical sessions and
Oh, which one was it? 8-8. Okay, 8-8.
Paired design session.
Not main title, size of main picture.
Paired design sessions and complementary technical contributions. They proved their concept and didn't stop there.
What do we have? Complementary contributions. What can illustrate complementary contributions? Actually,
Through shared design sessions and complementary technical contributions, through shared design sessions and complementary technical contributions, they proved their concept and didn't stop there. The team created another little thing to continue development, the C programming language.
okay. Actually,
Could wait up was done instructions. Manufacturer had their even upgrading to software rewrites, paying for it, but powerful to give up on software rewrites every their own proprietary world. But here's the catch. Buying a computer from a different software rewrites every time they upgraded or switched their systems. Nobody liked it, and
I think probably when at the point where I'm like talking about the
companies were picture that powers our digital world today. Picture the computing landscape of the late 1960s. Companies were either investing in full-blown mainframes like the IBM 360 that filled entire rooms, or they were turning to the emerging world of mini computers like DEC PDP-11 and Honeywell 516. These mini computers dominated corporate floors, complete systems with their racks, power supplies, disk drives, and peripherals could weigh up to 200 kilograms, so not so many. They costed more per hour to operate than most people earned entire day. Programming these days, like DEC computers, don't use clean assembler, and each manufacturer had their own instruction sets, their own quirks, their own proprietary world.
let's put her in here. Let's put her in here. Oh, document. We need to use documentary title in here once again, and here we need to choose. What's the name of the picture? Damn. Let's rename her to Girl with Memory. Loop images. Where is it? Gruel with memory. Good, good. Not this one, this. And just put main one like here. Man, need some precise control. 50. So 58. Good enough.
World. But here's the catch. Has their own quirks, their own proprietary world. Has their own quirks, their own proprietary world. But here's the catch. Manufacturer had their own instruction sets, their own quirks, their own proprietary world. But here's the catch. Buying a computer from a different vendor meant starting from scratch. Often, proprietary quirks, vendor meant computer from a different vendor meant starting from scratch. Vendor man from a different vendor man's computer from a different vendor man's starting from scratch. Often different vendor man's starting from scratch. Buying a computer from a different vendor meant starting from scratch. Often even upgrading to a new model from a different vendor meant starting from scratch. Often even upgrading to a new model starting from scratch. Often even upgrade. Often and from scratch. Often even upgrade. Often different vendor.
All right, how many? 30? 1, 2,
starting from
3.
scratch.
4 seconds, okay.
To a new model from the same vendor required rewriting software. One did not upgrading to a new model. Starting different computer from a different vendor meant starting, but here's the catch. Buying a computer from a different vendor meant starting from scratch. Often even upgrading to a new model from the same vendor required rewriting software. One did not simply take a PDP from the same vendor required rewriting software from the same vendor required rewriting software. One did not
okay, good enough.
Program and run it on IBM. Companies side project working on research center 9 deep within the Bell Labs research center of AT&T Corporation. Ken Thompson.
Okay, so we're putting Thompson in here. Man, why? Oh, wait. That's so weird. Why there is no previews? Okay. What? Oh, phew. All right. Thompson. Here's the Thompson. Okay. Yeah, that one is probably better. Man, I don't know. I don't know. But like Ken Thompson, okay. Where web scaled, okay.
Ken Thompson was working on what seemed like a Ken Thompson was working on
Faces of open source.com, right? Yes.
Was working on Ken Thompson Corporation. Ken Thompson was working on
Okay, and this one FDC something, okay. Why didn't I? That's so weird. Why I didn't include it right away? Huh? FDC1. I don't see FDC1 in here. No. Foss Comics. Alright, let's sort by name, okay? FDC1, 2, 3, okay.
what seemed
Alright.
on what seemed like a frivolous side project. And Ken Thompson Corporation, deep within the Bell Labs Research Center of AT&T. Corporation. Ken Thompson was working on what T Corporation. Ken Thompson was working on what seemed like a frivolous side project. He was bored in a space travel, a game that he had written to a newly acquired DEC PDP-7 machine with a fancy 2-vector.
What else?
And bore the costs.
Where else do I like, am I using images just as images? Okay, I think that was the single one incident.
And complementary technical contributions. They proved their concept and didn't stop there. Contributions. They proved their concept and sessions and complementary technical contributions. They proved their concept and
1 minute. 4 hours for 1 minute of a video. God damn, dude. Ah. Okay, okay, so
contributions, design through shared design sessions and complementary technical contributions.
Okay, 17 seconds, 23. It's roughly 5 seconds.
Through shared design sessions and complementary technical contributions, they proved their concept and didn't stop there. The team created through shared designs and didn't stop there. The team created another little thing to continue development, the C programming language.
Okay. Now we need to put C programming language in here.
The team created didn't stop there. The team created and didn't stop there.
Volume? What the hell is volume? Oh, audio? Wait,
the team
what?
created another little to continue development. The
We have speed change?
C programming language. Introduced in 1973, C, the C programming language. Didn't stop there. The team created Unix in PDP-7 assembly, welded every line of code, welded every line of
Okay, nice.
In PDP-7 assembly, welded every line of code to the machine-specific architecture. In PDP-7 assembly, welded every line of code
to the
Okay, that's not bad, not bad. AI dialogue leveler. Huh. What?
Assembly, welded every line of code to the machine-specific architecture.
Whatever. Alright. We need to do this.
And didn't stop there. But later approach. But later same year they renamed it to Unix approach. But later same year approach. But later same year.
Okay, we need to punch this one.
Approach. But later same year they renamed it to Unix with an X at the end. Through shared up there. The team created and didn't stop there. The team created and didn't stop there. The team created another little thing to continue development, the C programming language.
Alright, where was the C?
Introduced in 1973, C was a revolution on its own. Writing Unix in PDP-7 assembly welded every line of code to the machine-specific architecture. Want to run welded every line run a Unix on a different system, you would have to rewrite everything from scratch.
Okay. So we would need to put it's 8.9. Well, let's call it 8.9. Yes. Okay, good enough. Rules. Alright.
You would have to rewrite everything from scratch. The very vendor log code to the machine specific to eliminate in the first place. During development, Thompson and Ritchie realized that they had accidentally recreated the same problem Unix was supposed to solve. And to solve it properly, they needed to step up from machine-specific accidentally recreated the same problem Unix was supposed to solve. And to solve it properly, they needed to step up from machine-specific. Want to run a Unix on a different system, you would have to rewrite everything from scratch. The very vendor log, they proved their concept and didn't stop there. The team created another little thing to continue development.
Okay. The team created so what can we whatever, let's just put Talking Thompson in there. That's gonna be his name, Talking Thompson. Okay, that's sound waves. That's not it. I think it's either in footage. No, it's here, right? Yeah, here, oral history of Ken Thompson. Alright. That should be good. Voiceover. Wait, what? How can I do that? What the hell was that? I'm scared. Alright. Yeah, I think they're already like left at this point. Did they? Okay. Good.
Created another shared design, but later same year they renamed it to Unix with an X at the end. Through shared design sessions and complementary technical contributions, they proved their concept and didn't stop there. The team created another little thing to continue development, the C programming language, introduced in 1970 to continue development. They proved their concept and didn't stop there. The team created another contributions. They proved their concept and didn't stop there. The team created another little thing to continue development, the C programming language. They proved their concept and didn't stop there. The team created another little thing to continue development, the C programming language. They proved their concept and didn't stop there. The team created another little thing to continue development, the C programming language.
I mean, that should work, right? Okay, so C programming language. Okay, C book defin. Damn. C language book. C second edition. Okay, we don't need second edition. Okay. Oh, okay. Now that one looks not bad. Like if we can somehow make that fancy looking. I mean, they're already looking fancy enough. We just need to like upscale it probably, right? Oh, nice user photos. All photos, please. No, wait. Where was the one together with an answer book? Yes, this one. View file. Well, let's see whether AI will make it good. It's been how many? Well, it's been 4 hours. Well, we had a good run. We had like a chat with one dude. Mhm. Okay, put books on a table or something. Okay. Product photography, product Jesus, product. That's actually pretty cool. I didn't know that they added image generation to Perplexity. Mm-hmm.
Introduced in 90. They proved their concept and didn't stop there.
I think it's color graded enough, like, or highlights, color boost. Wait a second. Oh, yes, we need this, right? Shadow. The hell? But yeah, it does kind of look like unedited stuff, you know? Contrast just tiny little bit. Hue it, don't touch. Exposure. Exposure goes like this. Temperature, we can actually do tiny bit warmer or not. What the hell? Oh. No, I don't understand. Primaries, color bars. Oh, holy shit. Can do automatic? Dude. Boom. Holy damn. That does look much better. I mean, well, what the hell? How do I cancel that? right? Mm. Amazing. Now something happened and there is no way to return it back. What the hell? What the hell? Gamma left pivot. Oh, maybe like here? Here was that reset all. Why it didn't work? What the hell? Reset color wheels. Reset freaking everything, bro. Hue 50 saturation 50. Whatever. It's just like drag saturation just a bit in here. Like this. Would that be alright? Looks kind of not bad.
The team created another little thing to continue development, the C programming language. Introduced in 1973, C was a revolution on its own.
Man.
They proved their concept and didn't stop there. The team created another little thing to continue development.
Okay, I think it's like good enough. It's punchier. It's okay. Oh, gosh, there, man.
With an axe at the end. Through shared design sessions and complementary technical contributions.
They're literally on the half of the video.
Didn't stop there. The team created another little thing to continue development, the C programming language. Introduced in 1973, C was a revolution.
Okay. Set it up. I mean, edit the photo. Yes.
C was a revolution on its own. Writing Unix in PDP-7 assembly was a little thing to continue.
Okay, so that's the original. That's the second iteration. Mm.
Language. Introduced in 19...
Let's see how it fares. Let's see how it fares. Yo, that's terrible, dude. Okay. That's good enough. See books. Okay, now put documentary title in here. See books. Oh, shoot. See books. Good, good. So that's main picture. That might actually be pretty not bad. Yeah, I like it.
Through shared designs at 1973. Was a revolution on language development. The C program language. Introduced in 1973, C was a revolution on its own. Writing Unix in PDP language. Introduced in 1973, C.
Okay, that's good.
Language. Introduced in 1973, C was a revolution on its own. Introduced in 1973, C was a revolution on its own. Writing Unix in
1973.
Introduced in 1973, C was a revolution on its own programming language. Introduced in 1973, C was to continue development. The C programming language. Introduced in 1973, C was a revolution on its own. Writing Unix in PDP-7 assembly. Writing Unix in PDP-7 assembly welded every line of code to the machine-specific architecture. Want to run a Unix on a different system? You would have to want to run in PDP-7 assembly welded every line of
Oh, nice. A project to resurrect PDP-7 Unix. Nice. That's pretty good. What can we sh? Cat. All right. Great. And sure. Yes, please. Auto assembly. I'll be back in a few. Right, we back. We back. This shit doesn't work with assembly. Not cool, not cool. Code snapshots. Language. Damn. There is no ASM. Why there is no ASM? JavaScript Pro. Give me assembly. Getting started. Oh, that looks kind of serious. Do you have assembly though? Where language? Are you freaking kidding me? Code screenshot generate. I think none of them freaking has. Yeah, I can see React in here. Definitely don't have assembly in here. VB script. Yeah, they have all the emojis, but they don't have assembly. Dude. Well, let's just increase the size of it and just make a screenshot out of that. Save to pictures. Save to pictures. Captcha, yes. Alright, now go to pictures and drag that shit to videos, Linux, assets, images. And now rename it from the screenshot to the... Actually, well, let's see how it...
To the Unix in PDP. Writing Unix in PDP-7.
Okay, let's drop another documentary title in here. ASM PDP-7. Like this. We have Dr. Yes, link works. main title size need to PDP-7 Unix source code. Okay, let's take a look how that plays.
Assembly welded every line of code to the machine-specific architecture. Want to Unix? Writing Unix in PDP-7 assembly welded every line of code.
Scans. All right. Wait, what? Wait, what? Readme MD. Okay. Serial contains all CRS versions. Okay. Page. What was it? Page 27, huh? Research McIlroy. Yeah, those look much better. Wait, it's Space Travel. Damn. Unix edition 0. Oh, I think that should be the one. Was it 27? Let's see. Damn, those are some high resolution scans. Yeah, let's save that one also. Like, it feels like it's like half a gigabyte or something. Dude. What's the size of it? Well, it's 100 megs. Just 100 megs. Should be unaltered versions of the... Okay. Files should be unaltered versions of the scanned pages. Where is cat? Cat. Oh, 06512 PDF. Okay. 06512 PDF. You know what I want to try? How does this page looks in? Okay. This page contains directory listing. Man, I don't need freaking AI to download to automate downloading a bunch of files. Like, what the hell is wrong with me? Materials. Source. Scans. Okay, so we are curling this one. Let's use extended grep. So it's going to be opening of an A tag. close and let's see. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Right. Coral will ask you silent. Okay. All right. A ref. All right, that's cool. Oh, actually, I'm being stupid. Half equals 1, 2, 3, and here we are getting. All right. All right, that's better. That's better. Mm. Is it like, what's the look ahead? I think it goes, or, mm, let's take a look at the cheat sheet for the Perl. PI, no? No, not PI. Perl. PE? No. How to use it as grep? Just E? Perl E. Hmm. And how do I point it to Perl to get all of the reflects for pages? Man, I need to learn Perl. I need to learn Perl for real. ME. Yes, breakdown. Give me the breakdown. You need to prepare by whatever. NE. Say. Whoop. What? Well, that should work. I mean, that's very primitive application. What the hell? Oh, okay. Well, I missed that it piped straight into a get, but hey, it does what we need it to do. So. Explain. Oh shit! It explains it here. All right. So clean version files only. Yada yada. Breakdown of the regex. Perl NE loops over the input line by line and executes code. Okay. Ref. Oh. Wait. What? Oh. Okay. Okay. Looks for the anchor tag. Okay. Okay, so we basically have the whole regex, but we're only capturing the group here. Okay, that's very convenient. So, and here we are capturing the group, which if the first character, okay, if the first character is not a query string or parent directory. Okay, I guess. What's capture the rest of the characters until the closing quote. Okay, let's try that. Man, I still don't understand how. So like that's the simplest possible version of a script. Say first, like basically write first group if ref. How do I properly? Ref equals yada yada. Okay, so this is a capture group. I href ref chef def href ref href. Okay, href. Okay, href. I will call it href. Why not? It's href. href ref or chaotic by purists. Screw pure purists. Href. Okay, href. What I wanted. Ajax 101. Is it .com? Yes, it is .com. Okay, so we need this, right? Man, you know what I need to get? Like, is there Linux clipboard managers? Gpaste, nice. Whatever. Okay. Oh, all right. Let's copy the full one, right? Interesting. Why they don't have like proper Perl? Oh, okay. We are. How do I make it global? Global. Yes. Okay, that's what we want. How does that theme? All right, so in this scenario, it still captures right everything except for archive here. So, okay, so everything that is not, wait, matches character question mark, literally. What? Oh, okay, so like this one is like we are negating everything except like everything that starts from these and only starts, right? Or so 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then we are matching every character that is not. Okay. All right. That sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good. Could have come up with that myself, but whatever. Right. What I was doing once again? It was 06512. 06512. 21 to 23. goodness, we can save full page. Can we save multiple pages? Okay, one, and I can drag this one, right? Why I cannot? Oh, okay, okay, oh, okay. 21, alright. Take a screenshot. 1, 2. Download. How low resolution is it? Pretty darn low resolution. Okay. Can I like do the 2 pages side by side? That would be kind of helpful. Horizontal scrolling, nice. All right. Now we're downloading that one. Renaming it to cat PDP7. Now we are cutting that. Reduce Linux assets images. Paste it in here. Okay, now what we can do.
7 assembly welded every line of code
Okay, now PDP7. Is it? No. Cat PDP7. All right. That's good.
in PDP7. Write an Unix.
Size of main. All right. Let's see.
Write an Unix in PDP7 assembly welded every line of code to the machine-specific architecture. Want to
All right. Let's add horizontal scroll, like horizontal transition of this one.
Write an Unix.
So this one specific, we're just like jumping into this transform main and what? And what? Wait, it's, oh, we have scale here, transform background, so we have scale here. Okay, scale here works. So we need can we do pivot? No. Not scale, but I mean, it should be transform, right? Do we have just like position or something? No, it should be transform. Well, what the hell is vector transform? XF. XF. All right. Center X, center Y. All right. Okay. Okay. So, and the first one we set in center here. Okay. 55, right. But here we will need to add size of main to be bigger. Okay. All right. Now center moves in here. Then it goes towards the keyframes. And then at a finish, we are moving it here. Okay, let's see. That's cool and all, but it's too freaking linear. How can we? Oh, we literally have curves in here. Which one is that though? Nope. I'm not sure that set ping pong. What the hell is happening in here? I don't understand. Okay, center, where is it? All right, so I can select this one, kind of curve it in here, and kind of curve it in here. So that should technically give us ease in out. All right. let's see.
Writing Unix in PDP-7 assembly welded every line of code to the machine specific. Writing Unix in PDP-7 assembly
Good enough.
welded every line. Writing Unix in PDP-7 assembly.
Will it redo the animation if we will do that?
Writing Unix in PDP-7 assembly welded
Yeah, it
every
seems like
line
it
of
does.
code to the machine. Writing Unix in PDP-7 assembly welded. Writing Unix in PDP-7 assembly welded every. So. Writing Unix in PDP-7 assembly welded every line of code to the machine specific. Assembly welded every line of code to the machine specific architecture.
Yeah, let's increase the size of it.
In PDP-7 assembly welded every line of code to the machine specific architecture. Want to run a Unix line of code to the machine specific architecture. Want to run.
Yeah, I mean, I think like we're good with just like
to the machine. Writing Unix in PDP-7 assembly welded every line of code to the machine specific architecture.
Okay, I'll try to like quickly repeat that. So here we are adding transform. We're putting this one in here for the transform. We're here we are, what the hell? Here we are moving this one down here and then adding another keyframes. Wait, a second loop. And here we are adding another, gosh darn it, another one in here. All right. Then we're selecting this one, applying ease. Actually, like, how will it look? Whatever. Let's get all the easings. One, two.
Line of code to the machine specific architecture. Want to run a Unix on a different system? You would have to rewrite everything from scratch. PDP-7 assembly welded every line of code to the machine specific architecture. Want to run a Unix assembly welded every line of code to the machine specific architecture. Want to run a Unix on a different system? You would have to rewrite everything from scratch. In PDP-7 assembly welded every line of code
All right, that's it for today. Thank you